And on Wednesdays, we shuffle. Let us resume. It's been a long week, feels like, since last time. Yeah, there's our buttons. A little bit of, getting back into it. Yeah. Good morning. Yeah, what do we care? Release the beat demon. My God. Ooh. What a lucky beast. Sleeping for years? Oh man, that sounds awesome. Don't want anyone to pick on you. Child. Oh. She's had a change of thought. Change of heart. And as soon as we got a new character, we lost it? Can't do anything right. I've had those days. Okay, and so here's what we actually came here for, I suppose. Alright, let's leave. That was up to a whole level 3. Almost 8 hours in. Guess we'll get back into the shoveler, punch a few things on the way down the mountain. Get out of here. Ah, got this adorable thing to beat up. Oh yeah. I'll poke the party chat every now and then. Why not? Wow. I found the encounter rate. Jeez. Fool's sleeping. He can't talk right now. Nice to have Maribel with heal as well. Whew. Tired today. Fine, this will wake me up when we get to more exciting things here. That encounter rate. Enjoy the relaxing, soothing sounds. Filing, eh? The relaxing, soothing sounds of outdoor traffic. Good morning, Flop. Interesting. Teleporting me here is actually the fastest way to do it. Oh, Floppy. Hey, Deller. I'm great. How are all y'all today? Gotta have some kind of shards. What about here? Anything for you? Nothing in this room. Alright, so it has to be all water. And have I done... I've been to one of every color now. Yeah, that looks about right. Best of luck. There. We did the bare minimum to start the next leg of the journey here. Will this be where we get the mechanics? Been almost 8 hours. New enemies. Yeah, just make sure I haven't learned anything. A baby Goyle. I like it. Look out, they have forks. His Kiefer is nice and chunky. Pretty much ignore him and he does his own thing. Alright. Who learned what? Good job, Gabo. He learned to bite. That makes sense. Child used to be a wolf. Good day. Oh. Yes, you're definitely human. None of us used to be animals. I saw no mech soldiers. Did see goblins, or gargoyles. Getting a long shuffle out of this. Good start. Beep, beep. Yes, fight the Roomba. Public enemy number 1, DJ Roomba. Suppose it was only a matter of time before one of the shovels gave me the full 12 minutes. Beep boop. Alright, so this town is being invaded by robots. That's awesome. Awesome. Need that. Oh boy. Pocket change. And a Sturcid. I'm gonna give that right to Wolfels. Yep, under attack by robots. Power up. What? That's pretty cool. That looks alright. I don't know anything else. Nina, can you learn to breathe fire? No. I guess breath attacks are based off of your current health. Where's the menu? There's the menu. Don't level them up unless you have them under Fall. I don't know if... I guess Fall is one of the masters then, I guess. This game apparently has an issue. I'm not a big fan of this game so far. It doesn't help that... it seems to kind of lie to you and not give you all the information you need and not let you back previous areas to actually do bartender at the tournament. It's a tree. Okay, so I can double back and go to that town, right? I haven't seen it. We escaped from Tournament Town. Alright, if we have something to help a tree... we can come back here when we have a way to heal a tree. Echo's pretty cool. It looks really cool when it attacks. So our plot was to go in there and beat the mutant. Mutant dead. Dr. Wily. He did it. Love Child and Wily and Eggman. Yeah. This other guy taking very tiny steps. Exploring doesn't seem to be very beneficial, so... We'll just do what he says and go to sleep. That's a fine cow sprite. I mean, this would work fine for the two children and the onion. Momo might have a hard time hiding in there. Hey. Using a cow as a beast of burden for a wagon. Momo seems pretty alright. It's weird that she's also a white mage. Get your head down. Dang fool. Hold it. White mage with a bazooka. And a couple of joke spells. And I just got an accessory to help with my hit rate. So I put that on Momo too. Might bench Chad. Welp. Our disguise didn't work so well. Hey, at least we'll be able to get to the bartender. Maybe. Yeah. The Contest of Champions. Of Champions. Echo, you're not even looking. Can't even ask him to master you until all this is done. Oh, that's... Yeah, this game has issues. And the encounter rate is pretty high. And escaping from fights seems to be not particularly reliable. Okay. Does he grow with each level? I wonder if it's probably at increments, but it'd be really cute if his sprite grew a little bit more every level. That'd be great. I don't remember this part of the game, but I have been past it. Apparently I made it to a lighthouse or something, but that's the farthest I ever made it in this game. But you're gonna bet on the children? Oh, okay, yeah. He did all of 1 damage. Here, have the onion. You lose, it's the end for you. For a game where you can have 2 accessories, they really don't give you a whole lot of accessories off the bat. That looks good. And yep, defense. Good job, Karn. What are we doing? Gunpowder. We're blowing up a boat. Boss time? Against 2 regular archers. Life. Ow. Most dangerous enemy of the game so far. 2 archers. That'll do. And their boss against another Kraken. Beefy dragon. Huh. I don't think I've ever noticed the revert spell. And change back in this. Yeah, we'll shoot through them pretty fast. Oh boy. Stay safe, Nina. Right, Karn's now outperforming the Earth Key. That's cool. Let's see if Bo is as well. Not quite. Someday. I tell you, they give Karn a lot of AP for no spells. Oh, he crying. Still weird that it's gonna blow. So weird that he has so much AP for it. Abandoned ship. Yes, that's how swimming works. Just put them halfway in the water. Ooey! I'm sorry, what? Ooey! The script is kind of nonsensical, but Hey, Zuhan. Oh, we're here now. I do not have that kind of money. Hey, Suffa. How's it going? 1 million gold. I don't have it. Now, solo adventure. What do you know? Ebb and Ebex. You know... Alright, you're a Lancer. Here, have a shield. Don't fight anything. We have the Earth Key, we should be fine. You can use some suntan lotion. You can die pretty easily alone. That makes sense. Alright, let's... Just Fishman. I like this change of pace. Just there goes Fishman. Off he goes. I can facilitate that. I have marbles. You need badges to use your moves? Why? Why is this a thing? Need markets for some amazing gear and to make fusions look cool. That sounds pretty alright. I can use dig without a badge. Why can't I use... What badge do I need to actually use cut? 10,000 years in Diglett Cave. Need the cut badge. Ugh. Do I have any repel? Does it even work inside of a, I bought some. May not work in caves. Yeah, because it's a bad item. I'll tell you, it's probably Misty. Because you need Cut to get to Surge. And this team never beat Misty. Oh, okay. Then maybe it does work. Alright, let's head up. Psst, psst. Like a cat. We'll head up, we'll beat Misty, then we'll go back. It doesn't take that long to run places. Oh right, we have that bike voucher. Alright. That's a handy feature. Ching ching. Ah, the music changes when you're on a bike. Professor Oak, get out of my head. I just wanted to ride my bicycle inside the hospital. My dude, this isn't the time to use that. Alright, Misty. Round 5. This time for sure, we will destroy you. This team could not beat Misty earlier. Starfish, face my bug. Oh, baby. Yeah. We're not level 12 anymore. Saryu's still pretty beefy. Fuse him back. Oh, bug. Oh, yeah. Alright, we've been leveling up Mouse all through the SSN for this battle. Get right to it. Yeah! We couldn't beat this thing before. Eat my mouse. With a critical hit. I can now use Cut outside of battles. 1, 2, and poof. Jam that CD-ROM right into the cat's head. Yeah. Okay, now we can head back over there. Alright, back to Night of Lotus. A fantastical tactics game with that could have used a better soundtrack or anything more than that drum line. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's real good. Fantastical is in fantasy. Not fantastical. Ow. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you did there. Alright, so I want to recruit you. Nyx. You're the only one I want, right? Well, I wouldn't turn down either of the archers. Everyone's gonna get a lot of experience in this fight because we're behind by a few levels. Unlike other Tactics games, the scaling for experience is actually good. And heal Alos. Just glue my priest to the person we need to protect. Yeah, this game does suffer from being a Game Boy game. This is one of my favorite games. Alright, begin negotiations. Yeah. Wanna join my army? No? I'm thinking it's actually there is more music than just the drum line. It's just this Hawk's not picking it up, and I don't want to change any of the settings while we're in motion here. Stay strong, Janeb. Well, the only one here we really want is the blue dragon. There's a pretty good chance that if we kill the blue dragon, it will also drop what I want. Ow. Dragon's hurt. Aha! Blocked it from behind. Powerful knight. Thankfully, they didn't all jump to Neb there. No one's particularly hurt, so that's good. No one but the hero. 50-50. Roll the dice. Flip a coin. Good job. Good job, Bacon Bits. You had your chance. Alright, next target. Let's jump, Tuki. Okay. %88 chance. 2K. Temporarily join me? Yeah, good job there, Neb. What a good name for a dragon. Pissed off. Not just mad, he's pissed off. That didn't last long at all. Ah, dirty boy. Not great. Stay strong there, dirty boy. Dirty boy. Smack him with your war fan. You have the necklace of resist on, yeah, so there will be no No spell casting on you to heal you. Nice. You can still heal your allies who are wearing the anti-magic thing with items. Still have that going. Now what to do about the knight in my back row? Alright, we were boss fighting. Kind of boss fighting. This game was in the Fairyland. Nothing to steal. Now we're talking. Dodgy boy. Nice. That's effective. Okay. Ooh. I wouldn't mind it if someone cast sleep on me. A good refreshing nap. Let's fight. Yeah, we're saving these fairies so they can get us something that we need for something else. To make a weapon, we need fairy poop for making a new king sword. That's it. Always good to see that. Good. Oh no, not Nina's attack. It's fine. Zero. Alright. Alright, Urshin. Fight him. Ah. Focus is a pretty significant buff. Yeah, pretty significant. It used up the attack on the counter. Yeah, at least it still went in. Hey, BTV. Happy Wednesday. Alright, let's over. Is that all of them? No. We are coming up on the 1000th shuffle today. Aha. They're all so dodgy. Okay, good. This has been a lot of fun. Nothing to steal. I like it. Go for it all. Okay. That one dropped very quickly. Not all of them fairies? Alright. What were we doing? I guess we were learning things. Crime. What have we learned in the way of crime? Alright, more important, we just saved this man. This man who comes with a gun. That's mine now. Here, enjoy a nice hood. Because chemists are not only fantastic because they can use items, and they can throw items, chemists can also use a gun. You know, guns. You know, sciencey things. Like gun. If not tossing out an item, she has a gun. Let's give him the shush knife. That might be helpful. Eventually enough spillover JP should reach everyone so they can all have auto potion equipped. Almost there. Is the good stuff for sale? Not yet. $1,600 gold for 6 more health. Not a whole lot in the way of incremental increases, but yeah. But first, cutscene. Cardinal Dracula. Blame yourself or God. Wonder if the Cardinal Dracula would use me. So we're not gonna use any of the special one-off characters on this run. Mustadio certainly can be useful. He has a gun, he has cool moves. But allowing Mustadio also will slippery slope into using people that are far too powerful for this game. Alright. And that previous game was at 8 hours. It's only 5.5. You can tell what games that Shuffler just really doesn't feel. Really not feeling tactics. I think this is like one of the harder maps left in the game. This is the one I'm thinking of that has the summoner in it. We'll bench crime for this one. This is the map I'm thinking of, because this is, you know, not one of the good Tactics games. You don't get to see the map before you pick your people. This is the one I'm thinking of, and the Archer will do good here. Yeah. Mustadio will be, here as a guest, he'll be a good distraction. Yeah, this map's a little hard because tucked away in the corners down there are summoners. 2 of them. Fortunately, that one's terrible at magic. This one's better. But this one's our priority. Hilda. We'll come back to that later. First, we must watch the starfish dance, again and again. In egg form, this thing has a lot of defense. So you just bypass the defense with egg. Egg v egg. Hello, I'm Birdo. Boom. This thing also has a lot of defense. We just resume with egg then. For the cost of a few seconds. In the low level run, this is like the only way you're getting damage done at this point in the game. Hit it while it's hot. Ow. Oh, perfect. I will forever believe that freebies are deterministic, based on the frame you push the button. Child, please. Crown Prince. Can't be much more to you left. Ow. Good job, Mario. Free heal. Okay, bye. Okay, that's nice. Gonna avoid any extra fighting. It's a good sound for Bowser. Hit. But I only live for knocking down doors. Good day. Just looks at each other. Valentina. Oh, these are real. I wanted to jump on the statue. Hobby. Carry on. Yeah, we'll beat up some big boys, sure. We have egg. Sure. And boom. Still wearing work pants. And those really last a while. Thanks, Golem. Alright, now, how are we gonna do this? How much damage can we do with Titan? Some. Hey, it's Golem. What a pal. Put up every buff we have. And get ready to snap it. Okay, here we go. Everyone's turns up. These things, when they drop below a certain percentage of health, they get real mad and start going nuts. Yeah, like that. Well, that's not great either. Come on, Gallop, survive it. No. Oh, and he has innate. Okay, he still has the reflect is still on his corpse. All right. That's fun. Good. Alright, one's dead. And the others are not angry? Good. Good. Alright, cool. Everything is fine. Pick him up. Alright. Next up. Alright, that was not enough to see which one's weak to what. How about a raw? What can I get away with a raw? Alright, far left is vulnerable to fire, so let's do that. Has live attacks. Alright, here we go. Gotta burst them down before they can kill me. Good. Right, we'll come back to that later. You know, your battleship, complete with zombies. Good job, Goose. Good job, Gordon. Monsters. These soldiers were locked in this box. He's quite rude. Focus down the wizard first. Oh, we got the jump on him. Good. Should be good. Alright, just punch him. Hello, Blank. Blank, I'm really glad you're back to Brave New World. Happy Wednesday. You fared much better on the bridges in Gogo's place than I usually do. Oh, for the 1000th shuffle. Ooh, another magic tome. The Mithril Pants. Mithril Helmet. Yeah, I heard the Master Tomberry was giving you a time. Sleep Blade. Sleep Blade is like the Ancient Blade, just worse. Don't worry about it. That's a tricky boss no matter what, he's real, he can be real tough. Cat. The Master Tomberry's a troublemaker, or BTB is a troublemaker? I will believe either sentence. Yes. Alright, we've already been over here, which means I probably checked all of these doors and realized they were all empty. Yeah. Down we go. Into the bowels. For the 1000th shuffle. Oh boy. We've been at this a while. It took 150 hours to get to 1000 shuffles. It depends on the ancient castle. Every enemy there has a gimmick. Now you can certainly double back and go do a safari. Dragon safari. One more trip through Narshe. The World of Ruin is probably a good 20% Narshe. Oh. It's a little out of character. Sleep is a very wondrous and elusive thing. Could you not, ghosts? Making a cake at 4:30 in the morning. That sounds horrible. That sounds like getting grounded. Choir. Huh, everyone can wear the Ken Pogi. Okay. What a glorious turn of phrase. F him and his cake. This is the infirmary. Yeah, not even 6 hours of this. Lally ho. Have I already been down here? No. Does that box stays open? I don't think I've been down here yet. Yeah. Maybe I have been down here. It's very much not as big a deal, buddy, as everything else these kids have to deal with. Gotta make sure you take the musical completely seriously in between active shooter drills. Can't go that way. We haven't saved in a while. Oh boy. Sid was still here. Captain. If we are sure, we also cannot tell you. Yeah. I remember the tornado drills in school. Everyone line up along the hallway. Get down on your knees, put your head between your knees. Get down on the ground, put your head between your knees, and kiss your butt goodbye. As having as having been through a tornado, it's to be fair, I don't think there's anything the school could do to actually make it less dangerous. Minus, like, building a bunker in every school. Yeah, I can't imagine there's too many of them. The tornado I was in was not in school. It was in fact at home. We didn't have it downstairs. We all just lined up in the hallway. My school also had 2,500 people, so... Yaw. Good job, Golbez. There was 50 people in your graduating class? That's a little school, man. Alright, now while you guys shoot, don't mind me. Gonna throw down a tent. Oh, that's a very small town. That's the... you kind of know everyone kind of thing. See, that seems like it'd be really cool. I didn't even know everyone in my school. There were 525 people in my graduating class. Which made me being number 2 all the cooler. I was a good student. I can memorize things real good. He made Mozilla and Firefox. Wow. So little to do in your town that he had to create the internet. Oh, Golbez is dead. And maybe not the fire sword for here then, huh? I have a few bird feathers. We'll be alright. I refuse to upgrade my equipment. Instead, I just buy items. Shiva looks like a clown in this one. They hadn't yet made the turn into making her a babe. Oh, bummer, man. At least you managed to get away. Thought it was a thing that anyone who grows up in places like that, they pretty much, they kind of expect you to stay there forever. Alright, what were we doing here? We have money. That's really cool. We were... buying items. Filling up on medical herbs. And going back to Norway to get our final Cloak of Evasion. Now that we have the pepper, we can now go get our boat from Portugal. And then open world. Almost 7 hours in, the game eternally turns into an open world. And this is the part where I never had up until when I streamed this game before, a year or so ago, I never got past this part as a kid because the idea of open world was just so daunting to me. Like, this game's road signing is not as good as, say, Dragon Warrior 4. But first, we want to go Norway. I'll take your finest cloak of evasion. The fourth cloak is in place. Little less defense, but 20% dodge. Pretty good. Alright, and to Portugal. Portugal, that is in the spot of Seville. Like, this is definitely where Seville is, not... Like, this is Spain. This is not, Portugal, but whatever. Merge them into one, why not? There's a couple other places I could go over in India, but we're not high enough level to take advantage of it, so we're not going to yet. When we get to level like 18, we'll go check it out. We are just plowing ahead with a reckless abandonment. Here, enjoy your pepper. Thanks. Imagine eating so much black pepper that you are sleepy. I'm not a very cultured person, especially in the way of spices. But, peppers making you sleepy? Hey, how's it going? Tragic story. Hey, how's it going? Dang it. Right, that's there as a trap. Make you have to walk all the way around. I figure you partake in too much pepper and you're gonna be awake. Like, wow! Like some good old Columbia Whites. Alright, now the world is our oyster. The entire world. There's a ghost on my voice channel? Huh? Am I echoing or something? I know you can probably hear the traffic from outside. Traffic's pretty good today. Pretty good, pretty busy. If I go south, I'll go around the Cape of Good Hope. Keep going. Hey, Darkwing. Anyway, go south. Thanks. What up, doofs? Oh, maybe it wasn't pepper. Maybe we went all the way to India to get cocaine for the King of Spain. Maybe that's what we did. And pepper was just some... Does India make good cocaine? Is that what they're known for? Are they known for that? I do like this particularly lush and green and foresty Africa. That lovely Sahara. Hey, how's it going? think there's a place here I'm not... And he doesn't make Coke. They're more of a Pepsi people, I suppose. There were our encounters on the ocean. There we go. Nice, Zuhan. Because the king wanted Pepper, and the Pepper put him to sleep. And that's strange. Maybe it was opium. Oh goodness. Walk. Sail. I know there's a lot of places we could go right now that we shouldn't go. And I'll probably go to all those places. Like, it makes sense that he wanted a Pepper, it just doesn't make sense that it made him sleepy. That's another Dragon Warrior. Thankfully, it sprouts very fast, a Pedecria seed. Like, instantly. Oh, these things can numb. Well, that's really bad, actually. Maybe I'll put them to sleep. And do we even have numb off? We do, okay. Put them to sleep, and alright. Firebane didn't work. How about ice? Okay, good. We can put them to sleep fairly reliably. So in this game, numb is like stone. Numb only goes, it's permanent paralysis. It only goes away when you walk around on the overworld. So if everyone in battle is numb, that is game over. Well, it's a loss. Alright. Hey, how's it going? The village of Tadanki. You know, Tadanki, Timbuktu, it's all the same. Hey, how's it going? Alright, so... Wonder, what am I wearing? A leather helmet. Okay, I suppose an iron mask wouldn't be bad. Come again, you hear? Oh, we're back here again. So this town being assaulted by robots, right? At least this is fairly interesting. Mech warriors. Maybe you should practice. A few dozen arrows into their eyes. DuckTales. Ooh. $609 gold. No. No, I don't want this. No. I don't want it. No. That's the wrong button. Dang it. Well, I bought a bunch of repellent. Every RPG has a different control scheme, so it's really easy to push the wrong button. Tiny metal. Life is like a hurricane here in Duckburg. Castle Falrod. Mech soldiers, schmech soldiers. Do you sell anything? A rock axe. Boomerang. That sounds promising. Suppose if I... No. Stop it. Stop trying to buy things and sell things. Alright, I do want that boomerang, assuming it does what it does in other games of hitting all enemies. That would be probably endgame equipment there. Okay, we finally reached a shop that sells more than leather. We're only 8 hours in and it's finally giving me real equipment upgrades. Maybe it'll start actually have enemies dropping real amounts of gold then. That hasn't been happening. This thing took my daddy away from me. A leather dress. What good timing. It's a leather armor, okay. Suppose that would be better than your boxer briefs you are wearing then, huh? Yeah, 8 hours in, we're still wearing boxer briefs as our armor. I do like the aesthetics of seeing the broken down robots. Along the wall. I do like that, it's a nice touch. I will give this game credit where credit is due. Smatterings of neat things. Tell you, anyone who bought this game, they definitely got their money's worth. Because, dang. A 200-hour RPG. An RPG with no overlying plot, just feedback loop of past into present, past into present. Womp. Yes, I am. I didn't see any, we'll head there next. Maybe there'll actually be some robots for us to fight. Yes, 9 out of 10 doctors will agree that eating is good for you. There would be a door out of here. Where is it? The door out of here. No? There it is. I saw a door on the outside. Yeah, Grandma. But more importantly, what could be in this barrel? Hidden around here is 3 cents. suppose that would be an easy way to take out this town. They just pour enough oil into the river, into the water supply. Well, we'll come back here when we have cash. Southeast. Let's go. Alright, east then south. There's a robot. Answer Man. Eight hours in, we're still fighting slimes. I swear there are mechanics in that game. Like there's a job class system, I'm pretty sure. Oh, there it is. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. Finally. Aha! You fool. Version is the best. Everyone can attack twice. Yeah, get him. Good job, Urshan. A life shard. Slap that right on Scrimb. That's not a Pikmin? This thing is, nature is beautiful. Well, first things first. Try to blind him, try to bite him. This thing's amazing. Nature is beautiful. Our buffs either have a terrible chance of hitting, or it's not any good. Or debuffs. Alright, let's take you halfway seriously. Let's go. The transformation looks cool, but the dragons in Breath of Fire 1 still looked better. Heck, the dragons in Breath of Fire 3 look better. Oh, he big now. Huh. Interesting. He seems to have a gimmick that I'm going to ignore and just destroy you. Yeah! Rack 'em! Good. Wait. But because this game is bad, for whatever reason, it didn't count Urshin as part of the combo. The combo. This game is bad, you know. RNG on whether you get to do. Try it again. Mechanically, this game is pretty weird. Like, this time, for whatever reason, this time Urshin counted. 11 hit combo. Great! Why did it not count last time? Shrug. And they seem to have only given one person a like, any sort of character. Urshin there is the only one who has any sort of interesting characteristics. Alright, we can head all the way back to Rolf now that we've done a 10-hit combo. I don't think anything's gonna survive that barrage anytime soon. Like, 3 seem to have the economy down better. Like, the mana economy down. This one seems to have the money economy down better. They both suffer from the Master System not being particularly good. They both seem like very half-implemented ideas. The fairy went off into the bushes, dropped the deuce, and then brought it over to us. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. It's her droppings. Your mystical guano. It's the last we'll see of them. Oh, I do really like that. That's really funny. I really like that that is the, the mystical essence we needed to create the King Sword was the droppings of a fairy. Urshan tries his best. Meanwhile, speaking of trying their best. Howdy. Did not mean to do that. My apologies, sir. I'm sorry. I just wanted to talk to you. That was the wrong button. I will pay for your hospital bills. That's probably starting the tournament. Oh, we're back here again. Yeah, sorry, that was not intended. Grip Club, Gladiatorial Combat. Tough decision. I have some money, actually. Where is the shop? You know, this town complete with monsters and homeless people. The pub. Bar. That sounds familiar. I have no recollection of this part at all. Yeah, do you have anything better? Of this? 58 of them? We've almost 9 hours of this game? I dream of building a speed Chad. Don't know how realistic that would be, but that is this is only 1 point of agility lost for not wearing a loincloth into the arena. I do have Pekko. Pekko is locked up in a cage, but we do have him. And I don't mind slowing down Momo. Momo's not can be speedy at all. Momo has a bazooka. She has a gun. I like the UI in this. Doesn't seem to be many ways to give him speed or have him not be terrible without. Well, might find a way to boost his agility at some point. Where's the save? I forget, what do you save in this game? Let's just go outside and save then. Yeah, your local drunk sleeping in front. Want the menu. There it is. Assuming I have to win the contest, I think I should save. No, we just have to murder people. Okay, we have a dragon. And she has a gun. Probably a good idea to save. sadly, masters themselves are very few and far between. Like, it's something we're pretty much going to do without, because they're just not around, and we're cut off from the ones we do know of. Nina is sitting pretty with 69 MP, though. So we got that going for us. 69 max MP. Alright, gladiatorial combat, let's go. Best way to tell if we're ready. Slam our face into it and see what happens. Chai is a wizard. First fight is in the Hall of Fire. Just the Hall of Fire? Found a babe wearing orange. Damn, Chad. Oh. Single team members fight in a knockout tournament. Oh, so we're playing Pokemon now. Or knock down the platform. No. Alright, go get him. You're up first, Nina. Go explore. Alright, so I either beat up their crime, or beat up their foundation. Nina's a little nervous. Gladiatorial combat, let's roll. Dang, Stripe, Banana Hammock. That guy's got a good, got something strong going on there. Cool. Oh. Hmm. How much damage? Not on yourself, Nina. Come on. Hmm. Alright, I can out-damage you. I can hit your very large man. Damage race me, I dare you. That's a cute. I mean, if you're gonna do a 1v1 in a turn-based RPG, or basically in any RPG, that's going to be bad. So you have to make up for it by throwing in gimmicks. So as much gruff as I'm giving this game for being, you know, not great, this is a really good idea, and I like this. We're going to make it be 1v1s. Let's give it a thing. Let's give it a move. Assuming both of our well-endowed manos have the same health, I'm going to win this race. This game is really good with the mana economy. It gives you... the spells are cheap enough, and you have enough AP that your wizards are allowed to be wizards and do wizardy things like every turn. Maybe it's just water dressed up as cool, like... You ever watch that Netflix show, The Floor is Lava? Maybe it's just, like, Kool-Aid. Try to blind him, that guy. So the way this is supposed to work is you're supposed to either beat up the platform or beat all three of their people. Is it cake? I've seen some pretty neat gifs of that. Nailed It's really funny. Because that's how good I am at baking. I could easily be on Nailed It. Or I'm quite fond of that show, Worst Cooks of America. Yeah, that's all the better. I like to see that other people also make these ridiculous mistakes. God, how much health are in these men? These large men are the most dangerous large things we've ever seen. Prime here is fighting a wizard and has decided to attack me once, blind me, and then move on. Alright. Looks like a little progress was made. And back to this. Just have a complete disregard for instructions is written. Oh, there's... At least in my case, I don't often understand the instructions. And I'm an old man who doesn't like to Google things if I don't know. I'll try to make sense of what it's saying. Got Wolfles. Oh, this is the bad place. Okay, we're supposed to head to the castle first, though. They said the bridge is out, so I can't get to the castle. Bonk. I wanted to save up for that boomerang. That'll change a lot of things. I can give that to Gabo. Well, with these numbers, you'd think the first thing I would do is upgrade my armor and all, but to be fair, Kiefer is finally wearing leather armor instead of boxers. All that for 38 cents. This game's gold economy is pretty awful. Alright, that only shows the present day world map. Was it southwest and I just remembered that wrong? At this point, we should be getting way more gold than that in order to keep pace with... You can't cast return when we're in the past. Come on now. Not what I meant to press. Yeah, and in this game, the square button is the cancel button. Oh, there's the castle. Well... If I take it one step left... Gentlemen, can't we all just get along? Oh, they're fine. Friendly sports. Everywhere you look. Gladiatorial combat. Actually, no. There's nothing urgent about what we're doing because we don't have an overarching plot yet. 8 hours in. We have leather, better than leather, and no one else can wear it. Alright, well. Sure. Yeah. Alright. Fight. I would say gather up 4 people. This is 1 man. No, friendly competition. I like it. Stay strong, Gabo. Maybe I should start with the back and work my way forward when doing uppers. People in the back will need it the most. Hand-me-down equipment does trickle down. Cut his attack in half. Oh, good. Back here again. Oh, and this one, the X button is the cancel button. Always confirm. You know, the thing when you play all these different games at once. Never quite get used to the control scheme. I don't even have a hat for you. Yeah, enjoy your Kenpogi. Ninja Golbez. Game just moves so clunky. And that puppet hits hard. $420. That's a number. That means things to people sometimes. Back at you. You got him. Good job, Gomez. I bought all these tents. I'm going to use these tents. And Golbez is really pulling away from the party in experience. Up 3 levels from the closest one. This is finally a hat for Rosa? Cap full of magic power. Pure profit. Ow. That singular hit point. Weak to ice. Alright, I suppose Golbez doesn't, with the Ice Claws, he doesn't need to use Power Up. He can just punch things. Masters! Beep. It's a robot. Good day. Bird, go. Never mind. Golbez has this under control. Alright. Ice Ward. Oh, back to it. Goodness, let me target. There you go. Thank you. Cool. I need more mana. No. All targets, including the one you're standing on. No thanks. Do I have any way to cure AP? I can heal all of 5. It's a stationary object. Nina, please. Game does seem to be low on ways to do recover mana. I was hoping that was going to be enough. Damn. Oh. Although that would be an easy way to fix this. From my understanding of how this works, this should now summon Momo into the same fight, right? Drag Nina's corpse in, and Momo can shoot that man down. Yeah, it looks like it. Nina did real good with the MP she had. That's rough. I have eye drops, right? Yeah. Oh, this guy's actually going for Momo. Ah. He's not gonna ignore her like he did with Nina. Momo, please. Yeah, she's got glasses on. Really realistically in this fight, Claw shouldn't have a chance because Claw is way over there. Even if he's just throwing daggers. Momo has a gun. I did it. Good job, Momo. Nina almost did that herself. For sure. I was like totally surprised, you know? Like who would have thought that some kids like Chad and Nina would win, you know? Your match is like in the Null Magic Hall, see, and you'd be like fighting Emetai's team, you know? So like, good luck. Wizard. So let's also be 1v1. Really, this is not a bed. Weird. Oh, hi. This fabulously dressed man. Those naked, mostly naked men have more character than most people in it. Sir, let me... Want to go rest up. You're really gonna charge me for resting here? We're combatants in the tournament. I'm not familiar with that if that's a reference. I am curious, what do you guys sell? Nothing. What about you? What do you sell? You can buy napalm over the counter. Hall of Kings. Alright, let's go fight a wizard in the Null Magic Hall. Now, is this a team battle or is this 1v1? Please explain. 3-on-3, okay, good start. Let's go. Hello, Mr. Wizard. Need to win the tournament. For my daughter's money. My daughter's operation, we need the money. You know what that sounds like? It sounds like not my problem. Speaking of problems. Are we ready? We were setting up for the, right, okay. Hey, go full dodgy boy. Full dodgy boy? No. Stinking. It definitely makes a lot of things easier. Gotta pick something up real quick before we, Games that make you think are far and few between. Temporarily gonna egg up. Always need more Narsh. Never enough Narsh. Thinking makes Heroes 3 a lot easier. Oh, I never realized you could open the menu during that part. Huh. How about that? I did not come in here ready for this. Hold on. I'll be right back, sir. You insist. Better. Don't forget to take your vitamins. Give him the bubbles. was hoping. Alright, now we can leave. I thought I probably should go shopping first. Maybe having more than a couple of bird feathers would be helpful. Because we're not bringing a reliable source of healing. Of, revival. Nice. Right, I can shop here. We haven't ended the world yet. There are still people here in Narshe. You, sir. No tonics to sell. Alright. Just give me a stack of your finest ham. Let's go. We have... Alright, we're done with egg. And... yeah, we're back to this. Cool. Alright, just bought that iron mask. Controls, right. Almost 7 hours in, finally put down the leather helmet. A bit of an increase. That's enough that I'm gonna put, Baboon back in front. So that'd be weird. So this town is actually nicely designed so that if you head right here from Portugal, it'll always be nighttime by the time you first get here. Right, no checking pots in this game. Island of Lancel to the distant south of... to the far south of, India. So that's our next objective. We'll sail to India, get the experience to do so. I'll say there's something in here. Where? There it is. Remember in Dragon Warrior 3, do not use the seeds. You sell them. Using seeds will mess up your growth. Take it, Nasir. Can we afford to bring you back, even? One step off. No, we can't afford you. Hmm. It's neat. At nighttime, this town is alive, but in the daytime, this town is destroyed. And to make it easier to toggle, you find the Lamp of Darkness here. It does what you think it does. It makes daytime night. I don't think you can return here, right? No. Weird. When you use your return spell, the boat will go with you. You just sell that helmet and the seed so we can bring the seer back to life. The cost scales with the character's level. Wouldn't hurt to gain some number. Not gonna sail to the Mediterranean just yet. Hmm, 2 out of 5. Really good music. The Marine Slime has huge defenses. Good job, Zuhan. Tear him to pieces. Alright, Baboon. The experience. Separation there. How often Nasir has spent dead. Kraken. Ow! Gosh! Poor Blank who has to deal with the public. Everyone has Cloak of Evasions, right? Yes, okay, good. We even have a little extra defense for Nasir than we normally would. So those are the rivers, Titadanki, you know, some African town. You can spend quite a few hours just kind of wandering on the open world now. You can even go to the New World, but that would not be advised. Besides, we don't have any money to make it worth it at the moment anyway. Not yet. Soon. I would like to at least get Faye transferred over to a Sage first. So you do have to be level, pretty sure you have to be level 20 to class change anyway. We're masking the grime by just walking somewhere. Nice. There's the joys of having the Cloak of Evasions. These things hit hard. Dodge after dodge. Good job, Faye. Yeah, when Faye hits 18, then we'll go diving for what we need for the Sage class change. So then we have things to do. Like guiding this fish through the desert. I feel like we made a wrong turn somewhere. This humanoid fish who has a full fish for a head. Oh, there it is. Lost the spear, apparently. An abundance of the goods. Doing that without Ryu in the party implies that that dragon shrine is just a local deity, I suppose. Welcome to storage. Won't let me put away any of my things I'm not going to use. I like the music. Ride to Scand. I can also just teleport there, so it's not that big a deal. That's not worth it. Yeah. You gotta give me an increase of like 20 or 30 to make it worth upgrading. Okay, anyone who has the gills? Do you have the gills? Can I buy the gills over the counter? That is true. It sells a bunch of fish. That makes sense. Rod 1 or Rod 2. Still haven't done any fishing in this. Another weapon shop. One has a feather. And do you have the gills? I can change. This is the naming way? I didn't know this was here. Well, time to fix things, huh? I have 4 characters. Perfect. I was unaware that this game had a naming way. I'm a shopkeeper, yay. Oh, it is. Hello. Oh. Trying to buy from my inventory? I guess someone programming this liked the Taloon game. You know, like that is probably something really good that can pop up there over time. Welcome to Item Shop. Can't buy the gills here. Hey, boss man, do you have gills? I lost my license, but I could still sell at the flea market? Gotta go to Gant. Alright, so how do we get to Gant? Can anyone give me instructions? Directions? Alright, how about at the cafe? Old woman bought a claw. Don't worry about it. We need the goods. Got the goods, man. Beware of the metalsmiths that can crush rocks in Gant. Thanks for the warning. Fascinating. Maybe Gant is up here. That'd be awfully polite. Cool. Meanwhile, do I get to choose who to fight her as? Yes. No? Wait, why did you give me the option to change? That was weird. I'll give Freedan one more go. And then if that doesn't work out, then we'll do it as Will. Will's been the one beating pretty much every boss so far. How am I supposed to not be hit by that? I guess I have to be Will and there's baseball sliding. Whoa. 2 damage at a time is not going to cut it. Yeah, we'll change back to Will. Will has invisibility frames. So does Shadow. Freedan lacks psi frames. Yeah, this is right after the bounty hunter got set afire and we watched his body burn. Heck, he's already he's already become just bones. Terrifying. Alright, fight me. One. Oh, it still hurts jumping through it, huh? I guess it wants you to use Shadow. Shadow can... Unless this loop will work. Yeah, Will has a lot of iframes. Yeah, you can't hurt me when I'm falling, so yeah, this'll work. This, and then when you go for me, I fall down. Oh, oh, oh. Oops, no. Just casually walk away, Will. Nice. No. This is Illusion of Gaia. This is a game with really neat gameplay, weird dungeon design, very phallic objects in the background. Yeah, they definitely drew a man with a very large erection on the as a hieroglyph. The plot is nonsensical and not incomplete, but that's fine. You play this for the gameplay. Oops. Still got me. Oh, yeah, she hurts. Yeah, I'm not using any of my herbs until I've decided on the strategy. Hello! You got me. Slid too soon. Let's try Shadow. I'm pretty sure it wants me to use Shadow's iframes to beat this. The ultimate warrior, created from the light of a comet. The ultimate being whose only attack is slap. Whose only attack is slapping. This is a game where getting extra lives up top there, the 6, is worse on all accounts. So if you have no lives and you die, you respawn at the start of the area with full health. If you have a life, it'll put you back at the start of the room with only a few. With only a few. With Friedan has no iframes. Friedan would have a very hard time here. Huh. Those things seem to go through Shadow's. Friedan hits for 2. Shadow hits for 3. Whoops. Will Smith's power. Slap fight. Oh, dang it. Ah. Ah. Whee. I guess Friedan's downward stab doesn't really do any extra here. Not even on the ground. You would just imagine it would come with a move at all. Ow! You know what? This is gonna be the fight, so, eat my apple. The apple was delicious. Have an herb. Ow! No! What a waste. It's not the rock, it's the thing. It is very weird that when you respawn here, the other statues are gone. Kara does not care. Slap fight. Jeez, how am I supposed to reliably, like... The only time it can't hit me, it seems, is when I'm falling. The music is good. That was just a bad go. Do it again. Goodbye. Yeah, because Friedan wouldn't be any better here. He takes too long to charge up his ranged attack. Woo! Got it. Slap her feet. Maybe she's really into that. Whoa! Ow. Right. Her ghosts have no iframes. That's good to know. That's good to know. Dang it, from where you're standing, I can't attack you. Move. Can I slap you from here? Okay, I can slap you from there. Not just it. I'm almost out of reach. Okay, she has a different attack pattern at that point. Oh, we'll go back to that later. Don't go getting in trouble there, Blink. Alright, Fallroider. It's gone on long enough. Thank you. Grab Kiefer. 100 gold. Oh boy. It might be just about enough for the boomerang. Now, because we're mercenaries, does that mean you're paying us now? Do I get a free place to stay? Do I get anything from this? No? Lame. That's not how mercenary work works, man. Did it even give me a free restore after that fight? Actually, I'm curious. Do boomerangs do in this what I expect? Yes. Beautiful. Right, damage output has increased quite a bit now. Gabo doesn't have anything else he can do, so he may as well attack every enemy, every round. I mean, he can bite, but he hasn't used that move yet, so who knows what that does. I think it's 100 gold to stay at the inn. We need pocket change to take a nap. flail, and axe. Beep, boop. Ideally, I want a second boomerang on Woofles. $40 gold, that's reasonable. That's one decent encounter outdoors. That's balanced properly. I was told to go say hello to the captain. You, Captain? Alright, Captain has to go see the Underwear Man. And there's nothing here. Okay. Thank you. Do not enter without permission. Scale armor. Score. Real armor. Yeah, better than the leather armor. Right, leather armor. Anyone else want it? No. That's money then. We just found that leather armor. Immediately find an upgrade. Man, just not getting good rolls today on the shuffler. Dragon Warrior 7 and Final Fantasy 4. Good job, Golbez. I bought 300 potions. Even if it takes a week of Sundays to actually use them, I will. About 400 shuffles. Or 400 potions. Yeah, 6 hours of Final Fantasy IV. While less than a lot of the other games. Well. He's helping. I think he's weak to ice. Got a Golbez. We get an Ice Lance. Oh, you can also wear swords. Alright. Suppose Victus gives me enough shuffles of 4, I can be done with it. Claw of the cat. Right, it will let you use it'll let you use up your items, even if you can't heal someone. Nature is beautiful. Look at these things. Oh, 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 oh. Alright, Cat Claw immediately paying off. I don't see the appeal of this game, man. Medusa arrows. But yeah, life can certainly get in the way of everything. Oh, look at you go. Gotta make sure to always take time for yourself, y'all. That's how you stop burnout. Hello, Potion. Right. Oh. Golbez. Right. Angry Grandpa, get him. You think the enemies get enough turns in a row in this? I think this is an improvement on her portrait. Killer bow. Bros, that bow is killer, bro. Alright, over here. Dead Forest. Over here. Oh, hey! Oh, I thought you had moves, but... New battle music! Nice. Nice fish. For capitalism! Good job, fish. I can see why people would say don't fight on the overworld as fish. Is this Gant? Hello, are you Gant? Hello? Oh. Fish can't capital B rake the walls. I do like that there was new battle music for just fish. I would play a whole game of just Fish Adventure. Make an entire game out of chapter 3 of Dragon Warrior 4? Heck yeah. Saw a town to the south. Maybe this is the way to go. I like that Fish has a booty. He's got a big enough booty to be able to see the crack through his outfit. Look at that sprite. Stab him! Fish is fine. This Gant. Hello? Hello, is anyone home? Dragon, is this Gant? Gant has gills. Hello? They did say Gant had metalsmiths. So far that adds up. This Gant? Hello? That's not the confirm button on this one. That is the right button is the confirm button. Hourglass. The original format didn't matter. Oh, I found... Alright, cool. So, how can you exploit that for shenanigans, Blank? We'll worry about shopping when we have the party back. I'm assuming no one's home anywhere, so let's just go straight to our objective. The big house, clearly. Yes, I am. They took your young men. Take some goods to the... Yeah, sure. You want me to do a fetch quest? Sounds good. Weird. Held in a fortress on the western side of the mount. Yes. But we need the gills for that. The goods. Yeah, so where we went first, where we have to go, is to bring... We have to bring Crime over there to unlock the door. But we can't get Crime over there until we get the gills. The leader in Prima said that the gills are here. So having the goods is nice and all, but it doesn't help our cause. Doesn't help what we're here to do. Unless this is a mistranslation, and he does have... They do have the gills, but they need the good. They're going to trade it for the goods. I would not put a mistranslation of a major thing past this game. Or this one. This guy, R-Sick. What were we doing? I had the menu open for whatever we were doing. No idea. I'm about to eat this power source. Coral sure has gone to pot. He used to be a famous coal mine in town. They said there were more jobs than you could shake a... Well, you got the picture. Me and my bulldozer. Yeah, I guess he is sitting on a bulldozer. Got no job, can't even show my face. Live in this hole. Making this man do sit-ups. He's gonna have abs of steel. I don't know why I was thinking that this guy gave you something if you bugged him enough. It's not. Begin crime. The ultimate crime team. Pretty soft. Stay safe, dog. Immune to lightning. Makes sense. Congratulations, Blank. Bonk. I don't quite understand what you do, Blake. Seems to be a lot. Diamond pin. That's money. Level... How am I all leveled up? Maybe you're all leveled up? I don't know. Weird. Moving on. That sounds like a lot. But apparently you also do, also do, like, tech support. That sounds pretty important. I didn't mean to cheat. Jeez, Zuhan. I can never do what you do. Oh wait, I just remembered that the right move on these guys was to shush them. Oh well. And we can get free turbo ethers from these guys. Yeah. Oh my, Blake. With that kind of work you have to do, I can't imagine why you don't have like an assistant or a team. Yes. Next ether required. I can stop stealing from that one. When it works right. It's always a big if. Beams. Right, because the limit breaks in this can critically hit. Because why not? I see a group of these guys, I'm definitely going to collect every turbo ether. It's a full MP restore, for free, at the cost of of a couple extra minutes. I got that one. You have one of those jobs I figured all adult... When I was a kid, I thought all adults had jobs of just sitting in front of a computer doing mindless things and things they hated, and Until I could go home and use the good computer. Hopefully you at least enjoy it, and it's... I don't even want to say relaxing, it's comforting being able to do all that. I hardly use computers in my job. I've finally moved away from paper. Back to boss time. Well, I'm glad Twitch can do that for you, Blank. Oh boy, here come the Faragas. Well, at least we're in agreement that neither of us want to do the other one's job. However, this is what Italy looks like, right? It's immune to ice, so thunder? At least in 6, it looked more like tentacles. Thank you, Grandpa! Good. Alright, then there was one. We have to burst down a single guy who's going to use Earthshaker when wounded. And we hurt you with thunder. Well, let's not test that with snapping a rod. Test it with Mama. Oh, behold my incredible power! Alright, not lightning. How about ice? Not ice. Alright. Fire. Alright, fire hurts him. That did not do a lot of damage at all. Oh my. I gotta put MP into it. Let's put some MP into you. Gallop, I need you to dance. Frickin' dance, Jimmy Pesto! Now is your time! %50 chance to dance. It's gonna be tricky to burst this guy down. If we had a time mage, we could just float and be fine here. There we go. Now we have MP. Guess we're gonna blast it with Thundaga. You're gonna snap Thunder Rods, and he's gonna use Thundaga. Let's go. That didn't do any. I thought we established thunder hurts him. I thought we just established lightning hurts him. Not anymore? Was it ice and I just snapped a rod for nothing? It was fire. It was fire and I snapped that rod for nothing. Very well. At least it didn't heal him. Yeah, there we go. Get ready to Curaga. As long as it doesn't one-shot us. Yeah, we should be fine. We have shell, we have heals. Snap another rod over your knee. This is why we bought the rods. There. That could easily be like the toughest fight in the game. We destroyed the crystals that was holding back Exdeath. What? Those crystal-like things were crystals? No! Still enough power in the crystals to, you know, blast us away. And they died. What a twist! Like, if you didn't fight them, it's almost as though, like, they weren't a boss fight in the original script. You were just gonna walk in and choose to destroy them and be like, whoops. Time for your viscera to see the light of day. Microphone? There we go, we're good. Somewhere here has to be the gills. We've been getting a lot of this game today. 5 is a really good game. At this point, I might be chalking it up to a bad translation. Yeah, I'm thinking that's what it was. This was just a really bad translation issue. Unless I can just buy the gills at the item shop? Maybe? No. Can just buy... Why is Bolt 16, but this is only 32? This does more damage. Bolt does more damage than Cold. Why? Game. Game, you're weird sometimes. I don't have room in my inventory for it though, so don't worry about it. Suppose it does make sense that they made it cheap, since you have a very limited inventory and your key items take up those spots as well. Get 'em, fish! I don't know what Kant is supposed to be. Is that your crit? I would think Kant would be like a counter. Our key items. And our goods and our water jar that we can't ever put away the water jar or the book. God forbid we put down the water jar after solving George R. Romero's. Well, I have no quarrel with you. Alright, so I'm assuming it's just a translation error. They'll get these people have the gills and they'll give it to me. Oh yeah, this is underwater only. That's fine. Cool. Well, I mean, no one. You can collect fish all day long. Just don't you give it to him. He does not deserve it. Give you the goods. Now you should give me the gills. Yeah. Okay. So that's a translation issue that was messing with you. Yes, we know we were there. Goose! There goes! Oh, kill Sid. You stand there and you do not even let him get into his bed. And you let him die. He and Shadow, back to back. I know a warrior that will shoo away a ghost. So, I know we're bargaining here. Now that I have the gills, I can go collect the crew. Oh my god, I love the enemy design. Look at this. What a charismatic fish. Yes. Oh my god. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, there's no penalty for dying? No penalty for dying. That's how much money I had before. Would have been fine if I had gone into that battle healed. Kill Sid, kill Shadow. Kill Moogle in World of Balance just because. You don't get Moogle early enough. I will always push for having Moogle be able to join at the Battle of Narshe, and then proceed with you forward. Even if he can't equip an Esper, I'd still use the heck out of him. Snowman Jazz would be really good in um, in the Magitech facility. Nice. Brawler X. It's a fine naming convention. Fish can summon schools of fish to attack. How do the gills work for these non... Like, are we gonna grow gills? Maybe they just slap on. Eh. There we go, good to go. Alright, butt monster, here we go. They could have at least healed the party, you know? Nice shot. Knife. Well, now that I have the team here, it's time to think of a naming convention. A lot of shopping to do, too. 4 characters. For another time. Alright, moving on. We sail around the south of Africa. Alright, not putting Merzons to sleep. I surround you. Yes. Hope you like this theme. Pretty much all we're gonna hear for a while. And this is the path to get... There's the volcano, where our dad fell into and perished. Zuhan can't pierce the turtle's defense. Oh, crud. So everyone's sleeping. banging this here. No dice. A ruddy enemy. I have no mana, so go for the critical, I guess. Go down. And he has some resistance to that, of course. And resistant to sap. A pain in the ass enemy. This turtle. The turtle is in our way. Go. Zuhan is dead. Run! Gosh. Where does this spit us out? As you expect, okay. I need to put away the... I already did. Never mind. Let's pick up Zuhan. Then we zip to Baharata and just go south, like it said. Or... This is not my first time playing this. I think we go for something better. Baboon has broken 100. We sail west, across the Atlantic. May as well get this quest line going. Enemies here are real. Very real. We may not be able to win this, but we'll try. So that spell that the Hades Condor use, Limbo, it can send it'll send a party member back to the bar, back in Eliahan. It's a real rude move. Like, remove them from your party. I think that's the only game I can think of that has an eject move like that. I have experience though. So here's where we want to go. There's a quest line. We gotta bring a merchant here, so we don't have a merchant. So let's go get a merchant. May as well get this guy. We'll temporarily put Nasir away, back at the bar. Would have been quite convenient if that had happened automatically, but... Let's go make a merchant. Baboon, parch with Nasir. Oh, good. This game is... The Shuffler is really feeling this game today. Bird feather? The Shuffler makes it really easy to get turned around in these places. Especially when you don't remember the layout of this game at all. Just go ahead and pitch a tent here in the Tower of Babel? Babel? Tower Zot? Where are we? Tower of Babel. Turtle. Golbez is helping. One step. Oh. Dang a game. entire ice shield. I accept. There's a siren. An alarm that calls a monster. I think the encounter rate's high enough. I think we're good. I think the shuffler knows that Mystic Quest is almost over, so it's not giving me a chance to finish it. Let all these other guys catch up. Quite polite. Gomez learned Asuna. Good job. We'll come back for her later. Weird. Nothing. Empty. Strange. Here's my inventory is full. Logging it up with all these stupid arrows. Hello, potion. Ambushed by very large men. Oh, and each of them get 3 attacks to my 1. Alright. This can be a tough fight depending if they take the bait of Mustadio or not. Power up. Focus. So you can fire your gun. They are taking the bait. How far can I reach? I would need to step up 2. That would put Juice very close, dangerously close to that knight. I have revives. I will destroy that archer, so I may as well. Power up. I want to see what the summoners do first. Summons in Time of Advanced Tactics are incredibly overpowered. As strong as black magic, huge attack ranges, and they can tell friend from foe. So you can just non-discriminately blast away. He'll be fine. We'll pick him up, we'll scrape him off the floor after this encounter. Good job, Juice. Beat up. Cheering up is for fights that are gimmies. Like most of them. This one with the summoners can be rough. At least Agrias knows how to prioritize. Now hopefully they all jump Agrias and not Juice. Rude. Broke my shield. Juice, no. Trying to break my hat. I can't replace that hat right now. That'd have been really rude. On the upside, summons are very expensive. She can only do that one more time? Maybe two? Not there. Don't want to clump up. That's the thing. Put you up here. Good. Don't forget, she has a gun. Snipe. And then just run away. Coin flip on frogging this man. I accept. Alright, Jenny is the threat. Well, not as huge of a threat, but Jenny's really bad at magic. Turn into frog. Actions are limited and weakened. Do not prioritize the frog, Agrias. Game. One handy strategy for crime is to frog an enemy, and then you have all day to crime from it. Rude. Threw a rock at me. Yeah, we've got this under control now. It makes sense that the chemist would have auto potion. Good afternoon, Bio. Going very well. Work going okay? I found something. Not used to having move find item on. I would say that is quite the opposite of getting fired. Alright, Jenny. You got one last blast in you. Dragon Warrior 1 is done. And a couple others are nearing the end. Ow. Even someone who's garbage at and have garbage faith, summons are just, they hit that hard. Why are you prioritizing the frog? There was a summoner right there. I could do that. That would just require, because that's a picture that's scrolling. So I would just have to go and edit the picture. Well, make a new one. A gun! Bury him! I'm not sure. I don't think Rebel can reach all the way down to my archer. Yeah, that's fine. Boom. Headshot. That's Faith. If Faith gets too high, then they leave you to join a monastery. If Brave gets too low, they chicken out and dip. They chicken out and leave. Yeah, only Dragon Warrior 1 done. Untold Illusion of Gaia is finishing up, and Mystic Quest is in the final place, I think. So you want your Brave to be high, because your Brave is your physical attack damage if you're unarmed, and it's your reaction chance. So if you have a reaction ability that is based off of RNG, it's actually just your Brave. So now Juice has a 79% chance of using Auto Potion. This club doesn't look especially cursed. You know, minorly cursed. So Portugal. We head back to, supposed to be like New York. Head back to New York and drop off Ass Man. He can start making his new colony as we colonize the New World. I was super lucky. No encounters with the Ass Man. This is mandatory for the game to beat the game. What do you say, Ass Man? Will you accept the job? If you are using a merchant as your regular party member, don't get rid of them. They'll be gone forever. Ass Man and I shall build a town together. You'll never forget our adventures together of sailing across the Atlantic. I picked you up at the bar, sailed you across the Atlantic, and dropped you off in New York. That wasn't what I was intending to set out to do, but we're here, so I just go ahead and did that, since that is at certain points in the plot. I believe every time someone had mentioned if you collect all 6 orbs, you won't need a boat. We'll gain the ability to fly if we collect 6 orbs, and every X number of orbs will net you more progress in the village. Something plot events. Alright. You know, Florida, known for being so mountainous. Really playing up how dangerous the Appalachians are. Jobs you on. Tear 'em up. They have some resistance to fireball, it seems. Let's sail up the Mississippi. Look for that Northwest Passage. The enemies in the actual New World are very terrifying. We're going to try to avoid them if we can. Krabbus. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Been getting a lot of Dragon Warrior 3 today. There is a surprising amount of gameplay left in this one. Like, I would say 3 is longer than 4. my defense right back where it was. Stop that, sir. The game even knows it's very dangerous, so it lets you sail right up to it. Unless it has anything to do with it. I don't think there's any reason to be here at night. We'll just make it daytime. So, this game decided to model the Native Americans of the Sioux, not by drawing them with different sprites. This guy hints you to New York. They just have them speak broken English. Great game. Poison Needle would be very good if you didn't pick one up before. Many moons ago, from across the ocean, take a vase away. And here we find one of the best weapons in the game. I think it casts Firebane in battle? Pretty alright. This my horse. You like horse, eh? You need this. You have to buy an invisibility herb for something later. I messed it up before, so I'm gonna buy an extra one. Can I teleport back here? I can, okay. An island covered with ice called Greenland. A wizard lives in Greenland. Nice, that's what we came here for. A couple things we could do. Trying to remember if Dragon Quest XI had a good shopping interface. I don't remember. Alright, let's get him! Use the Staff of Thunder! Boom! For free! Up to 40 damage on all enemies! We're gonna be using that through pretty much the rest of the game. Oh. Well. The shuffler will do that to you. Kind of lose your bearings. Poke your head in, heal. This is further than I've ever been in this game. Like, all of this is going to be new to me. We're past the Tower of Babel, which is where I got stuck as a kid. Ma'am? Oh, 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 oh. Stop it. Ah. Oh. And up. Oh. Oh. Whoa. Oh. Got me. Down we go. Bet you she probably looked better. But she apparently does it for those guys on the wall. Little phallic. Hello? Oh! They can't swat them away or anything. Oh, I was trying to get to the ledge so I could jump down and get my invulnerability frames. Yeah, it really seems like Shadow's the right choice here. Raiden doesn't have anything that would help. I was gonna do Will, but Will's slide does not give him iframes against the ghosts. I think we have down the method, we just need to execute. No, do not be on... That is rude as hell. Standing on top of me while you're... I'll use my healing items if I end up, like... If I manage to take her down halfway in a run and feel like it's going well. That's the only way to get the iframes here. Stop it! Get... Bam. This game is fun to play. It's weird. It has tone issues. There's been a lot of murder, suicides, slaves, and stuff in this. And when they killed off the best character in the game, which is not cool, they killed him off via suicide. I can't avoid it. Alright, yeah, they definitely want Shadow here. 100%. There's no way Friedan's gonna be able to dodge that. You gonna change back or what? Yeah, Hamlet, best character. Oh, I'm supposed to smack the ghost that's a different color, huh? There we go. I can't reach her from here. Eh. The power of Will Smithing. Smack! Smack! Charlie Murphy. Or the 5 fingers to the face. Slap! Whoop. Yeah, this is the run. We eat. I'm about to get caught and get hit. Alright, then she reverts back to her previous one just in time to die! Die! Jeez, I haven't even finished getting my heal yet, and it just jumps right to this screen. My pocket dimension. I heard a voice from the flute. Same voice I heard in the prison at Edward Castle. Will, you've done well to have come this far. Father? I'm at the tower now. Bring the 5 mystic statues to the tower. Statues you've collected hold the key to the fate of humanity. Will, hurry, the comet is approaching. What to do? I was told to go to the Tower of Babel, but that little island. I heard Neil built another airplane. He's flying back to the desert town. Let's go there. Sure. Our health is maxed out. This time the airplane won't crash. This time for sure. We're not even 50 shuffles into this one. Like, I've never played Soul Blazer or Terranigma, so I couldn't tell you how much better this one is after the predecessor or the Over Babel. Or the game that came after. We'll be there soon, Will. I didn't build another airplane with another seat, though. You have to ride on the wing. Say hello to your father for me. Thanks. I think you'll make a great president. Guess I won't see you again for a long time. When you finish your business, hurry back to Southgate. Thank you. Glad we all made the trip together. On this trip, everyone found something. Lance met Lily and found his father. Neil decided to take over his parents' company. Kara started to really live and saw a world outside the castle. I'm gonna excuse myself. Finally, I can go to the bathroom by myself at night. Screenshot that, because that's more nonsensical. Just like Eric. We've reached the Tower of Babel. Hey Will, is your parachute right? They're gonna... I guess that's one way to disembark from a plane. I jumped out over the Tower of Babel. Hadn't been there in a year and a half. Suppose that is one way to get off an airplane. And this is the day of Breath of Fire 1. It's just been Breath of Fire 1 and Dragon Warrior 3 over and over. Alright, welcome to Item Shop. This charm. I guess that's a cure? That's an herb, then, I guess. Like a, it's a remedy. Oh, two rows of people. Alright. How are we on supplies? I could use 3 herbs and 1 antidote. And FF4. Thanks for reminding me. Power Sword. Yeah, no. Glove. Can you actually wear a glove, or is that a joke? Apparently you can also wear a shield, but... Icy Shield. It's a little better than the Gauntlet. I like this interface. Yeah, those are worthy upgrades. 20 points, that's pretty good. Yeah, this is quite better than my turban. Like, that's where I'll actually spend my money, when I end up so far behind. A gold hat. As you'd expect, gold is a terrible material to make armor out of. Oh yes, now we can begin. We have to fix these. We have to fix things now. Institutionalize everything. A steel bow. 20 points. I thought someone here sold a metal bow. Or a poison bow. Evil rapier. You know, if you were, in case you were building a punch Nina, I guess. These are all, that's exactly the same shop. NASA's coming. I would hardly count any of these people as space. There's still spot for 3 more people. Oh. Is this just for selling my stuff? No one's gonna sell me anything? Yeah, smoke. I accept your smoke. I'm not gonna sit here and fish for something cool. There's gotta be a reasoning behind the broken sword, so I'm gonna carry it with me. What is smoke? Thanks. I bought smoke. Welcome to Weapon Shop. Yeah, you sell it. Ranger vest. You know what? I will get better armor. Plate armor. Chain hat. Oh. Poison bow. Yeah, there you go. That's the upgrade I want. They try to trick you by some of the shops selling better things than others because, you know. Ripple dagger. Not worth it. A cane. Alright, anyway, someone said something about a ghost? Something ghost. It's probably upstairs in the inn. Alright, one more weapon shop to look at. Wrong button. Welcome to Weapon Shop. Suppose if I was planning on using the fish, that would be a good place to shop, but I'm surprised they even sell bows here. I can't imagine how effective a bow would be underwater. I don't mind, because you can swap your people in, we pretty much have the wagon with us. I don't mind that at all. If they just made everyone useful, which they didn't do. Okay, now to get used to the new names. Morteo. Well, may as well. Wait, we're underwater, right? Hold on. This would be the opportunity. OSHA, get in there. This is the battle where you would be helpful, as he gets cut in half immediately. Good job, OSHA. Get out of here. This game could do with a better translation. Be gone, naked angel. My gosh. He seems alright. He's cool. For 5 MP, 100 damage? 1,000,000 damage? Oh yeah, we can finally knife stronger than the Earth Key. Awesome. It just took 7 hours in for that one item to be not the go-to every single time. Fire wind has to be fire into wind, not wind into fire. Because the combo system is not fleshed out and is super finicky. It still relies on random numbers. In other words, it's bad. Alright, so we got the fairy poop. Let's bring that back to... I want to get out of here. Where's the way out? Just cut that tree down. What a samurai. Game. Of course they do. How about fire into wind? Into crime. Samu. Simu. Boom. Good. And this game gets major demerits because crime is worthless and doesn't do anything. Urshin, please. You routed the enemy. Alright, so I need to head back to... I did one of the things I needed, so I need to head back to, Korok. Can I reach Korok? Or has the game locked me out of here? Locked me out of it. It has. Alright. I can no longer get back to Korok over there. Another way the Master System is incredibly not fleshed out. Come back here after you complete after you've done a thing. But we're gonna make it almost impossible to actually get back to any of the masters. At least the espers are in your pocket. On the upside, you do not need to push buttons to interact with ladders and such. You just walk into them. It's one of the most beautiful poops I've ever seen. Thanks, buddy. Alright, we go all the way back to Windia. 30-minute meeting went 70. That's... Man. Feeling alright there. Rough for meetings to go that long. Yeah, you have no master. You have Rolf. I mean, it sounds like a meeting. Una. Oh, that's why your accuracy went down. Right, you have the wild. Punch up. Both of you. Haven't found a master I want for Scrimb yet. Like, actually productive? Because that's good. Don't worry about it. How about you just hold up the new King Sword and be like, hey, no, that one's a fake. I have the King Sword right here. Ah. Back to this wizard telling us that we should throw the match so his daughter can live. Very well. First team, Chad. Did it mess up my tactics? It looks like it messed up my tactics. That's really rude. Well, that's what I have these for. Tap them. Shoot them. I'm not gonna turn into a dragon yet. We may not need. Now it's fine. We go. Dragon time. Alright. Go defensive. Go boost that defense. And actually go full offense. Yeah. Mess him up, Chad. The groovy dragon. Chad gets an extra move. Well. Not as strong as I was expecting. Interesting, dragons can't use dragons can't use items, which makes sense. It's neat that they actually even put that in. Maybe we're better off just attacking. Hey, let's see. What you got? Oh yeah, that's much better. Shoot the wizard with a gun. Hey. This dragon form is very quick. The shield. Nice. Everything in this game is so charming, which just makes Breath of Fire 4 feel so, like, lifeless. That one golem is pretty beefy. Nice. Momo hits as hard as a dragon. Fight him. Right, welcome back, child. Golem's a lot tougher than I expected. Maybe I should just put everything onto Emitai. Just forsaken the golems. Ow. There we go. That's a victory. Her first miss of the fight. And then Chad missed too. I didn't mean to attack him, but alright. I love it, just slamming his face right into the enemy. Toss a Molotov at him. Did we not learn Spirit Blast? This game doesn't often give you enough information. Well, I probably could have burst Ematai down. I feel like it's gonna be probably more interesting to take out his golems and then beat this man into the ground. While everyone knows that his daughter will perish because of this. Meanwhile, where were we? Yar. Right, we had just finished diving into the trials. Way sooner than we should have. Turned out okay. Now we can't actually class change yet until we get the airship, but that dive in did get us a very valuable item. The gauntlets. The gauntlets cast Thundara for free. They're using that up through the endgame. Getting over his sickness here. Alright, there's a random question for you. 25% damage spell. I would 100. 150. Yeah, 100. You're gonna permanently nerf me for 25%. And thanks to the gauntlets, we'll be able to tear through pretty much everything now. Because there are plenty of other things to do than casting spells, so if you happen to have a spellcaster, you're gonna hurt pretty badly, but Ivan won't be bothered by it. Stronghold mostly won't be bothered by it. And there'll be plenty of the ones that aren't the element you're probably using. I feel like I'm never not sick. What happens when you work with children? Take every precaution in the world, they still get you. We have some amount of money. Experimentation's always good. Piranhas. Some of the toughest enemies in the game are right here. Or at least like the biggest spike upwards. Fortunately, the gauntlets will make a lot of things very simple now. Hydra. Ten damage. He might not be weak to lightning. I was making sure that he's... Dave there is wearing the coral sword. He's pretty much a Jeff. Dave. Generic rando. Do we do Volcano first or Ice Cave first? Ambushed. He could have bought more items. Wow. So that's to be the path to the volcano. I think I'm going to do Ice Cave first. For Ice Cave, I think I'll pass off the gauntlets to Bio. For Ice Cave doesn't have a boss, so I think I'll leave it on Goose, since Bio has his spells he can use. And resources for 15,000 gold? That feels like a ripoff. But I didn't crunch the numbers or anything. Temporary interruption. Oh, okay. The other way around. Trading, giving up 10 resources for getting 15,000 gold. That sounds good. Especially if you have a, especially if you're relying on external unit dwellings, you need that extra capital. Like me. Why do I have sap? Yeah. And are you going to have the external dwellings repopulate twice as fast? Ha ha! Ha ha! Okay. The garrisons would cause some attrition to the incoming enemies. Now, could you get it so that you could invest in upgrading a garrison? To actually give them a like turrets? Gallup is dead. Invest in the garrisons to upgrade them. Because having golems behind a wall would make them, you know, kind of useless. Unless you had a wizard, unless you had another hero there with spells. Oh, back to this. Yeah, a lot of 7 today. The 54th shuffle of this. I am Wolfless. Oh, is that no? The X button is yes then. Okay. Apparently the right button is a no. Hey, Griever and friends. Welcome back to the Shuffler. Nice, Griever. Captain. This kingdom is being invaded by robots. Now, when do we get paid? Can we talk about the cash part? Nothing? What were you playing, Griever? Final Fantasy Adventure. That's the Saga game, right? That's 7th Saga? I've heard of this. Do robots have souls? Beep boop. Oh, Final Fantasy Adventure is the Legend of Zelda ripoff? Oh, okay. I think I have seen a little bit of that. Oh, there's a door here. Just sitting here waiting for things to happen. Hey, how's it going? They have like a fireman's pole. Cool. You didn't know that they're machines? Alright, you're the captain. I'd imagine their strategy is going to be to just send the four of us right into their den. Does this have Star Tropic Syndrome? Or do I have to talk to everyone first? Sword seems to work, usually pretty good. Yeah, Star Trek. Let's talk to everyone to advance the plot. Exploit that they are not living things. Let's ask the engineer about the robots. Alright, so I'm going to tell us where Zebit is. No. Where is Zebit? West of the castle, okay. No encounters. How about that? Beep boop. Take his 2 cents. Bronze knife. Worse in every way. Okay. That's cash. Seashell hat. I don't have a hat for you at all, so enjoy. To Zebit. I swear, there are 19 games on this shuffler. It just keeps cycling between the three. It's just been 5.5 hours of Final Fantasy IV and Dragon Warrior 7. Just about. Another dry ether. That would be eternally more useful. And on certain maps, I would... Like on the Last Crusade, I would put that on everybody. There's enough external unit dwellings and the dragons themselves. Reduce the cost of dragons? Yeah. You could disable this diplomacy for those like you disable navigation for the others. Boss time, fight me, punk. Alright, Dr. Wily. Ebelon has been decimated, along with the ninjas. Yeah, much gruff as I'll give this game. Credit where credit's due. That's a great way to introduce the concept of a town of ninjas. Just casually mentioning... We destroyed the castle of ninjas. Now I'm in charge. Yeah. Golbez, how did you get up here? Rubicante gone. What are you gonna do, nerd? I'm the brain of Golbez's operations. Barnabas. And he hits you. This game has some charm to it. Some charm. Bonk. Mama Dragon, get him. Bonk. I heal so little. Huh. There's no visual indicator of... protect. You need more oil. Oh. Did Protect just fail? Why would Protect be allowed to fail? This game is bad. Unless she already has innate Protect, and that's why it didn't go off, but... Alright, Angry Grandpa. Take care of this, will you? Thank you. Wait, what did I just press? Oh. Not what I meant to cast. Anyway. For boss time. No boss. No playing around. Ah, I'm losing. How are you alive? I am one of the metalsmiths. A smith of metal. Alright. Oh, those regulations will get you, Osha. The world's greatest thief, the IRS. Oh, it's rock. More party members. I've never seen ghosts, but I heard they exist. Yeah, like the one that was right there. $300 a night. Probably cheaper at the other end. I feel like that's something they would do in this. Alright, NASA. Currently wielding suede and bronze and a stick. So, I'm sorry, Osha, how did you sneak your way back into the party? No. Bad Osha. In fact, Nina, you can also sit this one out. That was a whole bunch we can do now that we have NASA. Like drop things off my desk. Teleport from underwater? No. I have to get above water. Hold on. Yeah, that looks right. Fishy. Real hardcore on the naming scheme here. What is it? It's a fish. That's about how hard I work on my naming scheme, so yeah. Alright, so there were rocks. Where were there rocks? Aqua. The pyramid. And the Aura Bleak Cave. So I have 3 places to go. But I want to head to, I want to say there's one other thing that this guy can do. Bar slide. Not enough games do that. Change the regular battle music after certain points. Gives you a sense of progression. I think you can also do this, right? Yeah. It's goofy, but I like it. What apples do? This is not just the cutest game you've ever seen. Now, are we to imply that his hand is red because it's bruised through the glove? Or you think his gloves were originally red? And when they changed it to green, they didn't change that animation. Look at that strut. I love NASA's strut. So there were some rocks here in, now we're above water. Yeah. Let's just zip around. We have teleport. May as well. Pardon me. One of these had a... Was it the top one? Yes. Mario. Oh, is this for you? Teach IRS the spell. Whoa. Of gauntlets. At the rate today's been going, we'll be right back to that soon enough. Seemed to be the wrong way to go. Alright, they're weak to ice. Guess because they're lizards. Pardon me. Which is why Joe Duck is tearing them to pieces with his ice brand. Makes sense. Good job, Duck. Nice. Alright, we have some money. Let's restock on supplies. Give me a portable house and a tent. Level 6 spells. We have level 6 charges. No. Well, when we do, we have a spell. Where did I leave the boat? The boat's on the inland sea. We'll have to work double back for that. Very good.